allow me to hand you over. Enjoy your viewing and have a great morning.
Na tuombe. Ewe Mwenyezi Mungu, tutakusihi tutazame kwa neema nyingi na baraka ya sisi watumishi wako ambao umeridhika kutuitwa kwa nyadhifa za uongozi katika jambo hili yetu. Tukuomba tuwajalie tuyatende na kufikia mambo yote tutakayofikishwa mbele yetu kwa njia ya haki na uaminifu, ili kustawisha amani, ufanisi na heri nchi yetu na wale ambao haja zao umezikabidhi mikononi mwetu. Amen. Glad to have quorum. Sanjay Tatams kindly ring the quorum bell for 10 minutes.
Well, this morning, the session of the Senate being the proceedings of the House on Wednesday morning, a day allocated for the morning session for the cabinet secretaries to appear before the Senate plenary. This morning, during the Senate morning sitting, the CS for Defense, Honorable Soipan Tuya, is also expected in the House. The CS for Defense will be answering questions, and among them are questions from Professor Tom Ojenda, the senator for Kisumu County, who wants the CS for Defense to clarify whether the Kenya Defense Forces, KDF, do monitor the security situation within the country and indicate the state of preparedness of KDF to address potential instability or civilian unrests. What are the modalities for the involvement of KDF in internal security matters? And how does KDF balance the internal security needs of the state and the sanctity of civilian lives when dealing with internal instability or unrest? And what measures has the Ministry of Defense put in place to ensure future involvement of KDF in addressing instability or civilian unrest is timely to avert the civilian deaths that may arise from the shortcomings of the National Police Service, as witnessed during the June, July, and August 2024 demonstrations. Senators this morning are streaming into the chamber to allow the House to raise quorum at a time when the quorum bell at the Senate is on a ring mode, to give them that leeway to get into the chamber this morning to allow the House officially commence business this morning at a day when 3 cabinet secretaries are set to appear before the House this morning. The other cabinet secretary is the CS for cooperatives, micro, small, and medium enterprises, MSMEs, who is set to appear before the House this morning. The CS for cooperatives, Honorable Wycliffe Oparanya, is set to appear before the House this morning to answer questions on the failure by the former Kenya Cooperative Creameries, KCC, and the now by the new Kenya Cooperative Creameries, the new KCC, to pay the terminal dues to former employees of KCC whose contracts were terminated in the year 1999. This question by Senator Eddie Okech, he also wants to understand when the former employees of KCC should expect to receive their terminal dues. And lastly, the CS is required to indicate whether former employees have received payment for the cooperative society shares that they have held as a time of exit from KCC. And if not, the CS is required to explain the reasons for the same. Senator Veronica Maina wants the CS for cooperatives to tell the House about the immediate plans that the ministry have put in place to revive the Kimuri Coffee Factory in Kairi village in Kahumbu Ward in Kigumo constituency, which according to the member is critical for the economy and the residents of the area. The senator also wants specific timelines for the revival, as well as having the CS indicate the resources allocated for the purposes of the revival of Kimuri Coffee Factory in Kigumo in Muranga County, which the member states is critical for the economy and the residents of Muranga County. Away from questions by senators directed to the various cabinet secretaries set to appear before the House, the Senate will this morning equally consider a number of motions and bills before it. The report of the Senate, this is a delegation of the Senate to the high-level political forum in 2024 on matters sustainable development, is lined up for debate this morning. This motion is by Senator Hamida Kibwana, who wants the House to note the report of the Senate delegation to the high-level political forum in 2024 on matters sustainable development that was held in New York, United States of America, from the 8th to the 17th of July 2024, and the caucus representing Parliament of Kenya already laid its report on the table of the House on the 20th day of February this year. The report of the proceedings of the parliamentarians' dialogue at the Africa Climate Summit in 2023 that was held in Parliament buildings in Nairobi is also lined up for debate this morning. This motion is by Senator Moses Kajwang, and there are equally other motions for debate this morning by various senators on matters to do with ordinary sessions, the Interparliamentary Union Global Conference held in Vietnam, and the other being the parliamentary delegation to the Joint United Nations Interparliamentary Union, this being a hearing at the United States headquarters in New York from the 8th to the 9th of February 2024. And this is a motion by Senator Veronica Maina. Well, further, in the order paper this morning, pursuant to standing orders number 111, subsection 1, the Senate do resolve. Allow me to hand you over back to the chamber this morning, with all indications being that the quorum has been attained. Allow me to hand you over and equally follow up on this live broadcast courtesy of our YouTube channels,
Honorable
that is
Senator.
the Senate of Kenya, as well as on KBC Channel 1.
Session. Clerk, you may proceed to call the first order.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair. Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers. Order number 6, notices of motion. Order number 7, questions and statements.
Now, honorable senators, if you may recall, last Wednesday, the CS in charge of water and sanitation was in this house for purposes of responding to question number 08 by the senator from Migori County and question number 9 by the senator from Makueni County. Now, the responses to those two questions were deemed unsatisfactory, and therefore I directed that the CS prepares better, responds better to these two questions, and appears today. Now, Clerk, can you confirm that the CS Water is present? So, honorable senators, as wait for the honorable CS to be ushered in, I can see Honorable Senator Manzo. I'm not seeing Senator Eddy. Is there any senator who is holding brief for Senator Eddy? Okay, so I can see him walking in the chamber. Now, honorable senators, after we have interacted with the CS in charge of water, we will proceed to question number 24, which is a question by Senator Professor Tomo Jenda, directed to the CS in charge of defense. After that, we are supposed to proceed to interact with the CS in charge of cooperatives and micro, small, and medium enterprises. However, we received a communication yesterday afternoon from the CS in charge of cooperatives that he is still gathering information for purposes of responding to those two questions. One by the senator for Migori, again, question number 7, and the other one by Senator Veronica Maina, question number 42. Now, with that letter expressing, with the letter that we received from the CS in charge of cooperatives, indicating that he is unavailable today due to the fact that they're yet to gather all the information necessary for purposes of responding to these two questions, we will now proceed with these two questions. So may the two senators stand guided. That is Senator Eddy for purposes of question number 7 and Senator Veronica for purposes of question number 42. And therefore this morning, we will proceed to hear the responses to question number questions number 8, number 9, and number 24. The first two are directed to the CS in charge of water, and the 024 directed to the Minister in charge of defense. Clerk, do you have the CS water in the house? Thank you. Now, Honorable CS, welcome back. You were here last week However, your responses were deemed not satisfactory, and therefore we expect you to directly respond to the questions as asked by the honorable senators. We'll therefore proceed with question number 008 by the honorable senator for Migori. Honorable Senator, you may proceed to ask the question.
Thank you once again, Mr. Speaker. And I'll go straight to the question. That is question number 8. And it is to the Cabinet Secretary of Water, Sanitation, and Irrigation. And in this question, Mr. Speaker, I thought that could the Cabinet Secretary provide a list of landowners who granted way leave for the Lower Kuja Irrigation Development Project in Nyatike Sub-County, Migori County, and indicate the respective amounts due to each as compensation. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, I thought that the Cabinet Secretary explains why has the government not paid out compensation to them years after the project commenced, and could the Cabinet Secretary indicate the timelines for the same? And lastly, Mr. Speaker, I thought that the Cabinet Secretary also explains the inordinate delay in the completion of the project. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable CS, you may proceed to respond specifically to those questions, please.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the question by Honorable Hedi Okech, Senator Migori County. Question 1 was a list of landowners who granted well leave to Lower Kuja Irrigation Development Project in Nyatike Sub-County, and to indicate the respective amounts due to each as compensation. Honorable Speaker, in 2009, the National Irrigation Board, now the National Irrigation Authority, commenced the process of implementing the Lower Kuja Irrigation Project, starting with the feasibility studies, detailed design, and a total number of 19,292 acres were identified for irrigation. This was done by 3 agencies, that is GIB Africa, GIDO Consultants, and finally the Ministry of Lands and Physical Planning, that identified and valued parcels of land required for construction of the irrigation infrastructure, and a total number of 2,790 persons affected were identified, with a total valuation of 206 million and 14,719 and 80 cents. Honorable Speaker, to date, the National Irrigation Authority has compensated 1,273 PAPs and paid a total of 77,313,863, with a balance of 128,700,000 and 856 shillings for land belonging to 1,517 persons affected. The list is attached. It's a comprehensive list that has been submitted in response to the question by the Honorable Eddie. Honorable Speaker, already 9,292 acres have been put under irrigation for the already acquired well leaf. On part number 2 of the question is why the government had not paid out compensation to PAPs years after project commencement and timelines for completion of the project. In response, Honorable Speaker, the delay in land compensation has been occasioned majorly by lack of budget, and this has resulted to several litigation cases in court by the aggrieved persons affected, which has further delayed the process. Honorable Speaker, in order to complete the land compensation process, the management of National Irrigation Authority has engaged National Land Commission for guidance on how to proceed with the exercise. And this resulted in NLC visiting the irrigation scheme and a subsequent engagements with the persons affected between 18th to 22nd November 2024. On 5th February 2025, the Commission gave guidance on the process for finalization of compensation for the project. And in its communication, the Commission gave the following guideline: that 1, immediate payment of the available compensation fund amounting to 68 million, that will leave land acquisition for all title holders and PAPs who formally declined offers issued by the authority be addressed by the Commission, that the authority established a grievance dissolution mechanism involving key stakeholders, that is GAO, National Irrigation Authority, National Land Commission, scheme leadership and persons affected, and the authority in liaison with the Commission to plan for final survey and vesting all the titles acquired in order to secure its interest. On 11th February, the authority formed a team to spearhead the compensation payment, and the committee has come up with the following payment program for the 68 million. The program, Honorable Speaker, is to identify, to verify PAPs, that is by mid-March, make first payment, because PAPs are allowed to be heard, especially on matters land, in case of any grievances. And then by 15th June, the last part of payment will be made, and the total will be 68 million. On question number 3, part 3 of the question, Honorable Speaker, I'm required to explain the delay in completion of the project. And the delay in completion of the project, Honorable Speaker, is due to budgetary challenges. And there has been low budgetary allocation for land compensation and the irrigation infrastructure development, leading to slow progress in implementation. The ministry has continued to engage other development partners to source for other sources of funding to support in infrastructure development, and currently engagement with Dutch partners is ongoing, although they have been non-committal. The second reason for delay in completion of the project, Honorable Speaker, is the land valuation disputes, determining the value of land and property affected by the project has proven to be a complex process. Disagreements between the government, landowners, and landowners of evaluation of land and other infrastructure resulted in significant delays. There are approximately 50 number of disputes currently being addressed by the Grievance Redress Committee. And the last challenge, Honorable Speaker, is the legal challenges. Landowners filed around 25 number legal suits against the government concerning compensation cases, land acquisition, and other related matters. And these have had a substantial delay in the compensation process, as this has led to extended periods to resolve in court. Honorable Speaker, with the current strong commitment by the ministry to compensate all landowners, I'm appealing to this House, to the Senator, I'm appealing to the Honorable Senator to support the out-of-court settlement approach that the ministry has proposed for the landowners. In addition, a total of around the total budget required for the remaining around 10,000 acres is projected to be 2.72 billion. These will be done in phases depending on fiscal space, starting from next financial year 2025-2026. In light of this, I am humbly seeking the support of the Honorable House for the allocation of the necessary budget to ensure the successful and timely completion of this crucial project. Honorable Speaker and honorable members, I submit. Thank you.
Honorable Eddie, that's a fairly comprehensive response to your question. Do you have any supplementary questions?
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I must be grateful that for the first time, Mr. Speaker, I have added my hand into the list. And it's a very comprehensive list that I think that was received today from the stamp that I'm seeing here in the Senate General's office. And Mr. Speaker, because this is an original copy, and with the order of this House, I wanted to request that, Mr. Speaker, perhaps if you could allow the journals to make a copy for me for the list, so that I can be able to actually go and examine it properly, from where I can perhaps further engage the ministry, because I think that's when it will be fair. Because there are a number of issues that are coming from what the CS has shared, including issues of litigation. And I believe in this list, I will be able to get that detail. So, Mr. Speaker, I won't have further question for now up until examining the list, so that I can be able to comprehensively engage the ministry. But just perhaps a comment from the minister when he said that he would want to plead with the Senator of Migori to perhaps help engage with those who are in court over these way leaves for the settlement out of court. I would want to hear perhaps his comment on how is that structured. Would he be thinking about that after compensation or before compensation, or is there a structure that he wanted us to be able to work on together to be able to talk to the individuals who are affected that have got problems in court? But otherwise, I'm grateful for the list. It's a very comprehensive list, and I will get back to the ministry through the House appropriately.
I think maybe as a way forward, Honorable Senator, we'll ask the clerk to make available a copy to you, and thereafter you can engage the CS on all matters, including how best you can help in the out-of-court settlement. We will now move to Senator Kio.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, mine is just a clarification that I want to get from the CS. He has mentioned that one of the reasons for the delay in completion of the project is the whole issue of low budgetary allocation for purposes of land compensation. The Speaker, I'll ask the CS whether he is aware of the provisions of Article 40 of the Constitution on what government needs to do when it acquires land from individual persons for purposes of public utility, that the persons who have surrendered their land for purposes of public utility must be compensated promptly and in full. Mr. Speaker, he is the owner of the budget. He's the one who presents the budget. He's the one who gets allocations. At what point will he then make sure that the persons that have given out their land for purpose of this project get their due compensation? It is a running issue, Mr. Speaker, in almost all the government projects. We must begin to bring to an end to this. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Mandago, Honorable CS, note down the questions. You respond them at a go.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable CS, I've just directed that you note down the questions as are they being asked, as they are being asked.
Apologies. Thank you.
And thereafter, you will respond to them at a go. Proceed, Honorable Senator.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I have one supplementary question, but first let me thank and congratulate the Minister for what Honorable Speaker for the good work he has done. I think providing a list of those to be compensated is a very rare phenomenon in this House when you ask cabinet secretaries to provide documents. So I think this is a good start. But Honorable Speaker, my supplementary question to the CS is related to that as an irrigation project. What happened with Karona Mebeki irrigation project in Moiben sub-county, Uasin Gishu County?
Now, Honorable Senator, that is not a supplementary question. That's relate to a different subject matter. And if the CS is in a position to respond, well and good. If not, let us not push him to do so. Senator Ledama.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I just needed a clarification from the Cabinet Secretary on the process of the land acquisition. I heard the Cabinet Secretary stating that they're having a dispute with the identified landowners. Could you walk us through the process of acquisition, compulsory acquisition? Because it appears that all the list, based on your response, it appears that the list of the people who the land was acquired to them, the government did not submit to them an expression of interest to acquire the land, as well as the valuation of that land. Because the law spells out the process, which is identification, valuation, expression of interest, and then once the land has been, earmarked for compulsory acquisition, then there's a time period where the owner of the land can be compensated. So it appears that with that dispute, although the law allows for that process of dispute negotiation, it appears there's somewhere where you miss. That's why all the 2,700, is it 2,700 list of people, you have not been able to settle that. So could you walk us through? Is it that you did not express an interest to all of them, or you just assume that all of them would be happy with you acquiring the land? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Omtata.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, my supplementary question is based on the list that has been provided. Does the ministry have an estimated cost of what is outstanding in the overdue compensation for the affected individuals, and whether there is a budget allocation for the same? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Seki.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I also wanted to know from the Cabinet Secretary, there was an allocation on the last financial year on the issue of irrigation at Magadi, Guruman area. And I wanted to know the status. maybe.
Honorable Senator, that does not qualify to be a supplementary question. It's a different question altogether. It does not flow from the primary question.
Honorable Speaker, maybe the TS might be able to
No.
answer this question.
No, whether he's in a position or not, it's not a supplementary question. A supplementary question must flow from the primary question. Senator Mungatana.
So Speaker, thank you for giving me the floor. I just wanted the Cabinet Secretary to clarify one issue flowing from his statement and answer to this question. Does the government have a different policy approach towards compensation for Tana River County as opposed to other counties? And I'm speaking specifically, Minister, to the Tana and Athi River Development Irrigation Project, where the government came and took even ancestral lands, and to date, the people have never been compensated. On this other part, we are hearing there's compensation. On this other part, we are hearing there's no compensation. Even when the head of state himself came and said it must be done, to date, the people have not been compensated. So I wanted to know, or even subdivision of that land, so that the land that doesn't belong to the people can do the irrigation, and the land that belongs to the people can be given to them. So clarify to us, does the government in which you are serving have a different policy for our area as opposed to other parts of the country, or is it the normal suppressing of areas that are far from the cities that has been the colonial policy since independence? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Onyonka.
Thank you, sir. I'm happy to have this opportunity to ask this question. On several occasions, Mr. Speaker, in this House, we have actually raised issues about people who have never been compensated for their land, which was utilized by either Kera, Kenha, or including SGR. And some of these people, Speaker, have never been compensated for the last 10 years. In fact, some of the parents have died. Like I presented a case of a family of Amze who died, and he has left 9 family members who are completely distraught. Can we be informed whether there is a likelihood that this matter can actually be sorted out once and for all? Because these are some of the issues which we keep on postponing, and it's creating a lot of distraught amongst various people, stakeholders, and communities in the Republic. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable CS, you may now proceed to respond.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And thank you, honorable members, for follow-up questions. On questions that are not part of this, the question that we had prepared on, Honorable Speaker would request to be given more time so that I give a comprehensive list and comprehensive, well-thought answers to the honorable members and the country at large. There was a question, however, there was a question on when we would need the indulgence of the honorable member for Migori. The indulgence is, we need his indulgence, especially on settling these issues, court cases out of court, at all times, especially after payment. Because upon verification, land disputes always arise, and the grievance redress mechanism that we have put in place cannot work in isolation without the indulgence of the honorable the leadership of the area. And the senator is a key leader in the county, and therefore we would seek his indulgence in the process. There was a question by Honorable Landema on the process of land acquisition. Honorable Speaker, the process of land acquisition starts by the preparation of a RAP, that is the Resettlement Action Plan. And once the ministry prepares that, we forward the RAP report to the National Land Commission that further takes that forward by identifying the pieces of land, doing valuation, and then they give time to do to address the grievances, and then there's an award, and then even payment is made by the National Land Commission. I think that is the standard practice in the country right now, more so in the ministry. That is the way we do it. Because after the change, the inauguration of the new constitution, the ministry stopped doing the process itself. It became the mandate of the National Land Commission, and we always engage them in case of land disputes. There was a cost on what is the outstanding amount to be paid to the PAPs in Lower Kuja irrigation scheme. The outstanding balance is 128 million Kenya shillings. And we have clearly highlighted the process on how we plan to acquire that. There was a question by Honorable Mugatana on the Tana and Agri Development Agency, where there are irrigation schemes being carried out by TARDA. TARDA, Honorable Speaker, to the Honorable Senator, is under the Ministry of Asals. It is not under
Honorable
the...
CS, the question was, by Honorable Mugatana was, do you have different policies for different areas on matters compensation?
Thank you. I don't believe we have different policies because we are all mandated to go through the National Land Commission on matters payment of compensation, land compensation. There was the question by Honorable Onyonka on we have had issues in different projects whereby even the people, the PAPs have passed on. And this has been a legacy challenge that has been ongoing in government. In the ministry, in case there is the person to be compensated has passed on, their next of kin is considered by the National Land Commission for compensation. That is the status as it is. And there was a question on why do we have legacy compensation issues? And apparently, I found that ongoing in the ministry. But right now, going forward, when we do projects, especially by the government of Kenya, and also development partners, the development partners, as the situation is, focuses on developing the infrastructure. So we don't mostly get funding for PAPs or land compensation. However, the government of Kenya is responsible for payment of these compensation charges that are required, especially when new projects are commencing. And now we are developing a criteria that going forward, we ensure that we sort out land issues to avoid further delays in the process, and this does not become a historical challenge. Thank you, Speaker. I submit.
We now move to question number 9. The Honorable Senator for Makueni County, you may proceed to ask your question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, could the Cabinet Secretary provide an update on the status of the construction of Thwake Dam in Makueni County and explain why the construction works have stalled? And B, what measures has the government put in place to ensure the timely completion of the dam? And could the Cabinet Secretary give the timeline? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable CS, you may proceed.
Honorable Speaker, thank you. The questions by Honorable Manzo. Honorable Speaker, the first question was, could the Cabinet Secretary provide an update on the status of the construction of Thwake Dam in Makueni County and explain why construction works have stalled? Honorable Speaker, the construction of the 80.5 meter high Thwake multipurpose dam with a capacity of 688 million meter cubic storage capacity is ongoing with civil works on dam construction at 94.2% completion level. The project has not stalled, but has had reduced rates of works. The stage at which the dam is does not require the use of a lot of heavy machinery and equipment. The embankment dam filling, which is the key component of the dam, is recorded at 99%, achieving the required levels of elevation of 916 meters above sea level, being the last layer placed on 18th of June 2024. The spillway physical progress stands at around 94%. The upstream and downstream coffer dams have been completed and are actually operational, and the two diversion tunnels of 12-meter diameter and approximately 740 meter long each are also completed and working. This being a rock-fill dam structure, a period of 6 to 9 months was required from the last placement of the final layer on 18th June 2024 to allow the dam embankment to settle and stabilize before the concrete face slab works are carried out as recommended by the World Dam Safety Panel of Experts, which was achieved at the end of January 2025. The remaining works are on the concrete face slab placement, that is the plaster, the spillway bridge, and the hydromechanical equipment installation. Honorable Speaker, the construction period was expected to end on 7th of December 2024, and the anticipated completion date of the dam could not be realized because of the following reasons. One, there were delays in work progress because of an increase in the dam height from 77.5 meters to 80.5 meters to increase storage capacity. Two, there were weak foundations at the dam at the riverbed, which was discovered during construction, necessitating excessive excavation and special treatment that took quite a while. And number three, the global pandemic and the war at Ukraine that resulted in scaling down of labor force due to lack of explosives. And when I talk of explosives, Honorable Speaker, I'm talking about ammonium nitrates in the country during the period in the year 2020 to the year 2023. The country imports these explosives, some iron and steel products from Ukraine. During this period, the available explosives were between 150 to 200 tons per month against a demand of 600 to 700 tons per month. In addition, during the pandemic, ammonia nitrates used to produce explosives were directed to the production of oxygen to support the fight against the pandemic. And we have letters written to the Principal Secretary in the Ministry of Petroleum and Mining to intervene and support the contractor to acquire these key supplies that were required at foundation level. Honorable Speaker, adequate time required to allow the dam embankment to settle before the concrete face slab, which is the remaining component, is done, has greatly reduced the rate of works. And this is because hauling of material from the quarry sites to the dam embankment has been completed. At the peak, just to give a perspective of the construction, the contractor had deployed around 77 trucks, 21 rigs, and 31 excavators, which made the site very active and very busy. The part 2 of the question, Honorable Speaker, was what has the government put in place? What measures has the government put in place to ensure the timely completion of the dam? And could the Cabinet Secretary give the timelines? Honorable Speaker, the remaining dam construction works are on the concrete face slab placement, the spillway bridge, and the hydromechanical equipment installation. These works were due to commence once the dam embankment settlement rate, and the rate is 5 millimeters per month and below, is achieved as advised and adopted by the panel of experts. The ministry is undertaking the following measures to ensure timely completion of the project. 1, the ministry and the dam supervision consultant, in consultation with the World Dam Safety Panel of Experts, has been monitoring the settlement level of embankment for a period of 9 months from July 2024 until the attainment of the recommended rate. And 2, as at 30th January 2025, all settlement recordings for the critical sections of the dam embankment had reduced to below the recommended 5 millimeter per month threshold and stabilized, ready to commence face slab construction. The ministry wrote to the contractor via the letter indicated on February 20th, 2025 to immediately commence the execution of the remaining works, which is on the concrete face slab placement. The government, through the National Treasury, has written to the African Development Bank on to avail adequate resources for the completion of the dam. The bank has commenced a routine contract appraisal to determine resources required for the completion of the dam, and the bank approval is expected in April 2025, and this will be effective by May 2025. In this regard, the project will be completed and as planned, and the first impoundment is expected to happen by the short trains in December 2025. The contractor is under clear instructions to ensure remaining dam construction works are completed by 30th October 2025. And finally, the contractor has submitted a revised program of works to adhere to the same, and the revised program of works is being evaluated. Honorable Speaker, further, the government has ensured there is adequate supplementary to budget and mobilized the required teams, that is the consultant, the dam safety panel of experts, the PIT, that is the project implementation team, for supervising the works and guiding in the overall operation of the construction management. Additional financing, to finish, through additional financing request, as explained above, has also been made. Honorable Speaker, honorable members, I submit and thank you.
Honorable Manzo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to say that this morning I've received a document which has a very detailed presentation. Although to me it looks very scientific in nature, I believe it goes on to explain the scientific mechanisms of part of what I had asked. Mr. Speaker, however, I want to ask two supplementary questions, with your permission. That I am aware that there is ADB funding in this dam and also the government funding in the same dam. What was the percentage of each, and whether the government of Kenya has met is part of bargain. And secondly, and the last one, similarly, there were people who are not compensated in this dam, and those were the ones who had succession cases or any pending cases in court. I'm aware most all of them have been completed. Could the minister explain when they will complete compensating these particular individuals, since there seems to be delay and following the matter of the National Land Commission, they have not been very cooperative, and maybe the minister could be able to explain if possible. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Kathuri.
Honorable Speaker, I appreciate the answers or the response from the CS Water on Dwake Dam. But Honorable Speaker, we are constrained also to ask other questions also touching on other dams in the Republic. Mr. Speaker, you know the ministry is all the time saying they have no budget. As a house, we would like to know the dams that are ongoing, others that are proposed, what magnitude of money that we need to push so that all these dams across the country, we have irrigation projects, some are stoned, we have so many in our counties. So what type of budget does the ministry need so that they can be able to jumpstart all these projects so that, Mr. Speaker, if every senator talks about his county here, you'll be surprised that many projects are stoned, others are proposed and have not started. So we are constrained even to ask questions because I don't know much about one particular Dwake Dam where Senator Manzo comes from. But Mr. Speaker, if the ministry at some point through the respective committee can give us what indicative figures they need so that as the Senate, we can be able to put also our voice so that, Mr. Speaker, we can really bankroll all these projects that are lying across the country, Mr. Speaker. So mine is not a supplementary question, but a comment to the ministry so that at least we can know what we are looking for, especially on the budget, sir. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Bwana Spika. Swali langu kwa waziri leo anajibu maswali vizuri. Ni mambo ya damu kama vile Mheshimiwa Kadhuri amesema. Ningeomba ruhusa unikubalie niweze kuuliza mambo ya damu ya Embu kwa sababu haiko supplementary, lakini ningeomba tu unipe ruhusa niweze kumuuliza hiyo maswali ya damu za Embu. Na moja huko katika Embu County kuna damu inaitwa Dhambana damu ambaye tunajua kama waziri watajenga inaweza kusaidia upande wa Manyata na Mbere South, inaitwa Dhambana damu. Na pia Kamumu damu kama mnaweza kujenga inaweza kusaidia Mbere North. Na pia kuna damu nyingine inaitwa Thos, kama mtajenga inaweza kusaidia Runyenje sub county na pia Tharaka Nithi county. Kwa hiyo Bwana Waziri, hiyo ni maswali yangu. Na pia kuna manji ambaye ilikuwa inatengenezwa kutoka Mbeti South na Mbeti.
Senator Mundeki. Certainly, that's not a supplementary question. You may interact with CS after he's done his formal interaction with the House. Given you latitude so that I see how I can attach it to the primary question, but I'm unable to do that. So after the CS is done with the formal session, you can have a word with him. Alternatively, you can seek a statement or pose a question for him to come to the House. Senator Wambua.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, once more. As I indicated last time, Dwake Dam straddles across Makueni and Kitui counties. Mr. Speaker, I would have expected the CS to begin actually by apologizing for attempting to mislead the House and the country on the status of this dam. But that be as it may be, Mr. Speaker, my question is on the initial cost of the dam. He says that the height was adjusted from 77.8 to 80.5. And then in the process of construction, they realized that there was a weak foundation on the dam, which needed deeper excavation. As this resulted in variations on the cost of the project, and if yes, what is the variation and what is the government doing about that? I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable CS, you may now proceed to respond.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The first question by Honorable Manzo was what was the component, bearing in mind that the dam is funded by the government of Kenya and also the African Development Bank. The government of Kenya has funded the project by 6.782 billion, and the African Development Bank is meant to fund the project to a tune of 35.583 billion Kenya shillings. The issue of compensation again for the remaining PAPs, Honorable Speaker, to the Honorable Dan Manzo, is that there are two families yet to be compensated, and this was because of a land succession dispute in the family. And these cases are ongoing, but the money for their compensation is with the National Land Commission. So once there is agreement, the two families will be duly compensated. Yes, there is the concern by Honorable Senator Kaduri on the status of all projects, dam projects. If the Speaker allows, we can have a list of all dams ongoing and the amount of money required. And thank you for the gesture, because we actually need resources for us to complete those dams. The question by Honorable Mdigi from Embu. Honorable Senator, through the Speaker, you are welcome to the ministry for us to have an engagement to give you the actual status of those 3 dams you have highlighted. And then there is the question by Honorable Wambua. Honorable Speaker, yes, there was 2 challenges because of the raise in embankment, and also there was the challenge of a weak foundation at the river bed, and this resulted to cost implications, generally as it is in engineering projects, and the cost of increase in height. And just to put it in perspective, whenever there is an height increase, there is more impoundment of water, because now the dam, the wall can retain more water. And also that has a cost implication in the increase of height, and the expanded dam now footprint was to a tune of around 2.4 billion. And then there was a question on the weak rock at the riverbed, and this required removal and treatment of the weak rock. That had a cost of 432 million, and that is clarified. Thank you, Speaker. I submit.
Yes, Senator Anna. The question by Senator Enoch was on the depth, the original depth of this particular dam, which was later varied. Did that come with additional costs, and therefore was there a variation of the contract to accommodate that? That was the question.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And yes, because of the increase in height, there is a cost implication for us to have more impoundment based on the surface runoff from the other catchment. And the cost implication is 2.4 billion Kenyan shillings. And this was done in the year 2017.
So, Mr. Speaker, arising from that response, then my concern, and I believe this will be the concern of the public, is on those two components, Mr. Speaker, on the issue of the height and the weak foundation. I'm very sure there is money that must have been paid by government to do feasibility study on this project. And the issue of how deep to excavate must be part of that costing. So who is bearing the cost of that deeper excavation? Is it the government component, or is it that now we are going to, as the ADB, to give us a bigger loan to do this project? The Speaker, the variation on this dam, in my own estimation, the Speaker, is talking about 2.4 billion just for the height, and another 432 million for the deeper excavation. Who is bearing that cost?
Honorable CS and Senator Wambua, I will allow you to get away with this. You are only allowed to ask one supplementary question, but due to public interest principles, I'll allow you, the Honorable CS, to proceed to respond. Proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And to give a perspective over the question and clarity, is that whenever there is a variation in this project, we have to seek concurrence from Africa Development Bank. I'm informed that when this happened, concurrence was sought from Africa Development Bank, and they gave a no objection. And when you raise the dam from 77.5 to 80.5 meters, you retain more, which is the purpose of the dam, water harvesting from our catchment. And yes, whenever there is such a change, there is a cost implication, and that concurrence is always sought from the bank that does usual and routine contract appraisals and gives no objections. I submit.
Lastly, Senator Omtata.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. The Honorable CS has referred to an IDB loan. I would like to know whether that loan is an A in A, an appropriation in aid, or whether money was given directly to the government of Kenya and it was put in the consolidated fund and is being supervised by the control of budget. And if it's an A in A, what is the justification of a bank getting into an A in A arrangement for financing the Twake Dam? That's my question, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Honorable CS, you may proceed to respond.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Mtata. Yes, the loan from Africa Development Bank is a concessional loan in form of A&A, whereby the money certificates are paid by the bank, not by the ministry, upon approval. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable CS. We will now move to question number 024. Honorable CS, you are free to leave.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, honorable members. I appreciate.
Senator Omtata, we have released the Honorable CS. Absolutely, Honorable Omtata, please. Honorable CS, welcome to the Senate. You're here for purposes of responding to question number 024 by the Senator for Kisumu County, the Honorable Professor Tomojenda. I'm informed that Senator for Nairobi, you're holding brief for the Senator for Kisumu County. You may therefore proceed to ask the question on his behalf.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The Senator for Kisumu assures me that he's no more than 5 minutes away, but we can't keep the House waiting. So I'll proceed to ask the questions in his stead. This is question number 24 by the Senator for Kisumu County, Senator Tom Ojienda SC. Number one, could the Cabinet Secretary clarify whether the Kenya Defence Forces monitors the security situation within the country and indicate the state of preparedness of the KDF to address potential instability or civilian unrest? Number two, what are the modalities for the involvement of KDF in internal security matters, and how does KDF balance the internal security needs of the state and the sanctity of civilian lives when dealing with internal instability and unrest? Lastly, Honorable Speaker, what measures has the ministry put in place to ensure that future involvement of KDF in addressing instability or civilian unrest is timely to avert civilian deaths that may arise from the shortcomings of the National Police Service, as was witnessed during the June, July, and August 2024 demonstrations? I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable CS, you may proceed to respond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And let me say that I'm glad to be back in this House in my new role as the Cabinet Secretary for Defense. And it's obviously because I like to associate myself with the Senate, having been a member, though very briefly. Mr. Speaker, I'll go straight to responding to the questions raised by Senator Professor Tom Ojenda, Senator for Kisumu County. I will not repeat the questions as have been already espoused by Senator for Nairobi. And Mr. Speaker, I will start by stating that the mandate of KDF as defined in the Constitution is in three parts, Mr. Speaker, and I'm making reference to Article 241(3) A, B, and C of the Constitution. And the three parts within which the mandate of KDF is defined. The first one being what is really the primary mandate of the Kenya Defense Forces, is the defense and protection of the sovereignty and the territorial integrity of the Republic of Kenya. The other two parts, Mr. Speaker, which you will allow me to call secondary mandate of the KDF, is one, is to assist and cooperate with other authorities in situations of emergency or disaster. And three, deployment to restore peace, the deployment of the Kenya Defense Forces to restore peace in any part of Kenya affected by unrest or instability. And this only happens with the approval of the National Assembly. Mr. Speaker, that is what I will start by bringing to the fore. And whereas the questions asked by the Senator of Kisumu County may look very obvious, I think these are issues which are very pertinent and very of great concern, public concern by Kenyans, because in many instances, we have had Kenyans asking why or how the KDF is deployed with regard to internal matters of internal security. And to go to the first question on the need to clarify whether KDF monitors the security situations within the country, and we are required to indicate the state of preparedness in KDF address to potential instability or civil unrest. Mr. Speaker, the Kenya Defense Forces is one of the three national security organs established under the Constitution. This is in addition to the National Police Service and the National Intelligence Service. And our Constitution does define national security to include the protection against internal and external threats to Kenya's territorial integrity and sovereignty, its people, their rights, freedoms, property, peace, stability, and prosperity, as well as other national interests. So, Mr. Speaker, by dint of that definition, constitutional definition of what national security is, and being that the Kenya Defense Forces are part of the three national security organs, therein lies the role of KDF in matters of national security. And whereas the primary responsibility for internal security does lie with other specialized agencies, and these are the National Police Service and the National Intelligence Service, where internal threats to the territorial integrity and sovereignty of Kenya arise, the Constitution then makes provision for instances when KDF may be deployed internally. And it therefore follows that for KDF to be effective or to effectively discharge this mandate of involvement in internal security matters, it must retain situational awareness and on internal security issues at all times. And due to the fact that KDF will mainly work in support of other agencies with regard to internal security matters, the force then has to closely collaborate and regularly exchange information with the relevant agencies. Mr. Speaker, again, in response to this question on whether the KDF does monitor internal security matters, when you look at the design of the National Security Council as established by the Constitution, KDF is a member through myself as the Minister for Defense and the Chief of the Defense Forces. And you will know, Mr. Speaker, and the House does know, that the National Security Council does involve all the security agencies and organs of this country, and that therefore mandates KDF to work very closely in coordination and cooperation with other security agencies. We also have the National Security Council Committee, where we have the KDF represented, and this Security Committee is the supportive arm of the National Security Council. And then again, Mr. Speaker, it follows that because of the involvement of KDF in these very crucial national security units, that indeed we have a pulse at each and every aspect of the internal security of the country. Mr. Speaker, and at this point, I will move on to, again, for clarity on the instances of the deployment of KDF under the Article 2413B, which speaks to the collaboration between KDF and other security agencies. An example of this deployment is the Operation Maliza Uhalifu in the North Rift, as well as the Northern Eastern Region operation. And of course, of keen interest is the deployment of June 25th, which again falls under Article 2413B, where KDF was deployed to offer support to the National Police Service to deal with the unrest that the country went through at that point. An example of a deployment of KDF to respond to that is Article 241(3)(c), which is to restore peace in any part of Kenya. And this is where the express authority of Parliament has to be sought. An example of that is the Operation Amani Boni, which is currently ongoing. Mr. Speaker, going to question 2, and I will come back to how the KDF operates within these deployments later, but allow me to go to question 2, which is asking on what the modalities for involvement of KDF in internal security matters is. Mr. Speaker, aside from the provisions of the Constitution, we have the Kenya Defense Forces Act, which elaborately enumerates requirements for KDF participation in internal security operations. Under the Constitution, the KDF is strictly bound by the principles of national security as defined under Article 238 of the Constitution, which is they have to be subject to the authority of the Constitution and Parliament, and that the national security activities must be carried in strict compliance with the law and with utmost respect for the rule of law, and that in performance of its functions and exercise of their powers, the KDF shall respect the diverse culture of the communities within Kenya. Mr. Speaker, again on the modalities, under the KDF Act, the Cabinet Secretary at any one time is required to furnish the National Assembly with reports on deployments under Article 241(3)(b) and (c), as I have already stated. And these reports to Parliament are required to have the details as to the reason for deployment, the place and duration of deployment, as well as the expenditure to be incurred. Mr. Speaker, again, where KDF is deployed to restore peace in areas affected by unrest, that is under 241(3)(c, the Chief of the Defense Forces is responsible for the administration, control, and overall superintendence of the operation. But where KDF is deployed in a joint operation in support of the National Police Service and other authorities in situations of emergency, the Inspector General of the National Police Service shall be responsible for the control and overall superintendence of the operations. And again, to bring it closer home, an example of Operation Amani Boni, the Chief of the Defense Forces is responsible for the administration, control, and overall administration. In the other examples given, Operation Maliza Uhalifu in the North Rift, the Inspector General of Police is responsible for the control, and the KDF just comes in to offer support. Mr. Speaker, to focus on internal deployment in support of the National Police Service, other statutory regulations and measures that need to be instituted includes compliance with the constitutional standards, requirement for the Cabinet Secretary to, within 24 hours, issue a notice in the Gazette on the commencement of such deployment, and do the same upon discontinuation, deployment and discontinuations and regulation of the defense forces. The law also stipulates that in such deployments in support of the National Police Service, the KDF personnel shall have same powers and exercise same duties as those of the National Police Service members. The KDF personnel also are required to undergo prior training before deployment. Mr. Speaker, I'll move to question 3 on what measures the ministry has put in place to ensure that the future involvement of KDF in addressing instability or civilian unrest is timely to avert death that may arise and from the shortcomings of the other national security institutions. Mr. Speaker, in response to question 3, the KDF is structured to ensure continuous state of mission readiness, allowing for swift and effective response to both external and internal threats when the need arises. However, in its participation in internal security operations, these are carefully guided by the Constitution and the KDF Act, which specify notifications through Gazette notice, authorization to be sought prior to the deployment, and the mandatory reports to be furnished to the National Assembly, and of course, close collaboration and cooperation with the necessary security institutions. Question 4, Mr. Speaker, on how the KDF does balance the internal security needs of the state and the sanctity of civilians' lives when dealing with internal instability or unrest. Mr. Speaker, the involvement of KDF in internal security matters, as I have said, is governed under the Constitution and the law, KDF Act. Section 3 of the Act provides that KDF shall, in fulfilling its mandate, observe and uphold the Bill of Rights, values, and principles under the Constitution in terms of striving for the highest standards of professionalism and discipline among its members. KDF is also to comply with constitutional standards of human rights and fundamental freedoms and dignity, as well as the requirement for sufficient training of staff before such deployments. Mr. Speaker, guided by the aforesaid constitutional and statutory dictates, the KDF is deeply committed to professionalism and operates within customary rules of engagement that prioritize the protection of civilians. And this approach entails the employment of non-lethal methods whenever possible, and the use of minimum force consistent with the achievement of the mission in accordance with the laid out standard operating procedures. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Tom Agenda, you may ask your 2 supplementary questions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a follow-up supplementary question. Let me thank the CS Defense, Madam the Honorable Soipan Tuya, Senator, for the response to the structured questions. However, Mr. Speaker, just one question I want the CS to highlight. No doubt, Mr. Speaker, reference is made to parliamentary approval for intervention and to keeping with the tenets under Article 241(3) and the involvement of the National Security Council where there are threats for internal intervention. I want the CS to clarify, and this is the delicate line, between inability of the National Police Service to deal with internal internal strife and the point at which the KDF will intervene, because when answering question 3, I think you have not dealt with the question of threshold. At what point is it deemed fit for KDF to intervene when there's a real threat and the National Police Service is unable to contain the threat? And I'm asking this, Mr. Speaker, because at times an intervention can be a little too late. And lastly, Madam CS, I've seen other jurisdictions like Burkina Faso, where security, I think, is interpreted to include food security in a wider sense. And KDF, the KDF of that country, is involved, spends most of its time in food production, other than, whatever it is, spends more time in food production and other activities other than just staying in the barracks until there is a threat of security to the country. Is there anything that we can do to ensure that our forces do other things, to ensure that we take care of the other issues, other security issues, other than simply fighting?
Honorable CS, note down those 2 questions. You will take more, and then when you raise to respond, you respond to them at a go. Senator Sifuna.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Madam CS, I saw a very curious statement from your ministry on the 17th of March 2025 regarding the circumstances surrounding the deployment of KDF in July of 2024. As you know, I am a firm believer in the freedom of the media. And we must accept that we were all very concerned to see the army in the streets after the protests. And my party leader has addressed certain possibilities given histories in other places, including Sudan and Egypt. What, in your view, or in the view of the ministry, was inaccurate in the report by the Daily Nation regarding the very possibility of this country being handed over to the military in the event the regime collapsed in July of 2024? So you need to tell us, because the statement said that the report by the Daily Nation was false, baseless, misleading, and reckless. Please explain to me what was the basis of that conclusion by your ministry. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Senator Chute Mohammed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Let me thank the CS for eloquency, and we are really proud of you. My question would be a bit of our discussion today. There is a court case. No. Let me align it back again, Honorable Speaker. I am bringing it back. There is a court case that was brought by one Mr. Murusi in Karare on the land that was acquired by KDF. And the court ruled that KDF should vacate that property. Can the minister please tell us what action she has taken so far? Because the people of Karare want to know when the KDF are going to vacate that land. Thank you very much.
Senator Eddie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My supplementary question is on question number 3, set by the Senator of Kisumu, Senator Ojienda. Mr. Speaker, I wanted to know from the CS, at a point where the national security has failed, whether because of capacity or other misgivings, and then KDF has come in, like what we saw last year during the Gen Z protests. KDF has taken over to make sure that they can ensure there is peace and there is stability. Do they also take over the mess that has been created by inadequacy of the national security organ? Like the messes that we saw where, for instance, young people were killed and property were destroyed. Does that assumption only limit KDF to the issue of dealing with restoring peace, or does it extend to dealing with the mess that has been created at that time by the national security organ? And if that is so, then what does the ministry think of dealing with the mess that was created at that time, including what this House passed on the resolution of compensating young people who were affected and were killed during that protest? And this House has pronounced itself through a resolution on dealing with those messes. Is the ministry taking over that because the national security organs failed as demonstrated? Thank you, Chair.
Senator Kathuri.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, I really want to congratulate our CS, Senator Soipan, who before she was appointed as CS, she was one of us in this House, Mr. Speaker, and she has not let us down this far. So, Mr. Speaker, my question is actually first is to really congratulate the KDF joint operation in the North Rift and the National Police Service, because they restored norms in the North Rift, Baringo area, Samburu, the Baragoi area. Is for the first time shops are open in that area, Mr. Speaker. So I really want to thank them for that joint operation. But Honorable Speaker, the other areas, sometimes I get restrained to talk about other areas, especially where I come from, Mr. Speaker. But to request whether the National Security Council can also consider also deploying the KDF to other areas which have similar problems with the North Rift, especially the border between Nyambene region of Meru County and the Isiolo Samburu border, Mr. Speaker. If they can at least consider even doing an operation to wipe out or to weed out the illegal arms which are in that area. Mr. Speaker, because what happened, to give them a hand start, is when the bandits left North Rift and Samburu, the only safe haven that they have now is the Isiolo, the Samburu bordering Meru and that region. So they left North Rift and came to our region, Mr. Speaker. So they are really terrorizing us, and whether maybe they can consider bringing a same operation in that border so that also our people can live in peace. Honorable Speaker, I thank you.
Senator Kamau.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to also ask a supplementary question. Honorable Speaker, I wanted to know from the Minister, what is the Minister of Defense doing, and whether the CS is aware that on 13th of March 2025, a heavily armed militia, believed to be Al-Shabaab, invaded a village in Mangai, in Kiunga, a village in Mangai, in Basuba Ward, in Lamu County, and that they were in pursuit of an area chief and NPR, who helps in maintaining law and order in that area. Honorable Speaker, it is believed that the militia got an opportunity to address members of the public and force them to even take the days that they were having. Honorable Speaker, since then, the members of the public have been living in fear in that area of not knowing where the militias will strike next and what will happen. Honorable Speaker, I wanted to know from the minister, what is the ministry doing to see to it that they safeguard those citizens that live in those areas? Final question, Mr. Speaker. I want
entitled
it is
only one.
in addition to that. It is
No,
only,
you cannot add, Honorable Senator.
I'm finishing, Honorable Speaker. Let me
You've
finish.
already finished.
Kindly,
Senator
it is
Boni?
very,
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, allow me to request the CS to take, when you go back to the generals, to take our greetings and our appreciation for their professionalism and discipline as a unit of security in this country. Having said that, I'm a little bit apprehensive listening to you and reading the Constitution. It is not clear. Minister, once the forces are deployed, what self-propelling mechanism has the National Security Council put in place to ensure that once they are deployed, they do not roll into taking over government?
Senator Wambua.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you cannot fail to notice that Senator Medu today is very, very well dressed. The hair looks good. Mr. Speaker, there's one thing, Mr. Speaker, that I have not told you. It's a lot of things I've not told you. I've not told this House. That at some point in my life, I lived in the barracks. My father is a former army officer, that time Army, Kenya Army. And so matters security and matters defense are very close to my heart. Mr. Speaker, the world over, armies are trained basically to do three things. Basically, whether it's explicit or not, but basically do three things. One is to fight. Two is to kill. And three is to die for the motherland. That is the basic training of any army anywhere in the world, including Kenya. Mr. Speaker, I would want to know from the CS, our colleague, Senator Soipan Tuya, when in July 2024, the KDF was unleashed on our streets, first of all, what battalion is it that was released to the streets? What was the mandate of their mission? Because the mandate must be very, very clear. As a Speaker, the Gazette notice that released the KDF to the streets, has it been revoked? or are they in the streets in perpetuity? The Speaker, I thank you.
Senator Mungatana.
Mr. Speaker, when the minister was answering, she gave two examples and said in the North Rift, where they were carrying out Maliza Uhalifu operation, the Inspector General of Police was in charge, and the defense forces were supporting. In our neighbor Lamu County, when they were doing Amani Boning operation, it is the Chief of Defense Forces who was in command. The question I wanted to ask the minister, we have the highest respect for our defense forces as a nation, and the discipline and the respect, we admire them. But what we wanted to know, in fact, the question is not on their primary duties, which is the territorial protection of this nation. The question always arises on their secondary duties, which is, getting into civilian mix, and you have explained it very well. Why is it that you don't have a law specific for that? We don't quote the Constitution. Constitution gives general principles. Why don't you have a law specific on deployment of the army for civilian purposes? And the reason I'm saying this, Mr. Speaker, is that when you go to some projects, even construction projects, you are told these ones are not going to be advertised. It's the army which will do it. We have no doubt that the army can do it. But why isn't there a proper legal framework which is going to be, debated by the representatives of the people and made clear? And this is a suggestion, Honorable CS, that it is time, because all these questions are around the law, the application of how does the army get mixed with civilian life. I submit, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Majaya.
Asante mstahiki Spika. Mstahiki Spika, nataka kuuliza swali kwa waziri. Waziri, swali ambalo nataka kuuliza ni kwamba kuna sehemu kubwa sana ya shamba ambalo wale wanajeshi wa Mariakani Army Barracks wamelichukua ama wanaishi hapo. Sehemu kubwa sana ya shamba ambapo wale familia husika imeweza kutupwa nje na wamejaribu sana kuweza kupata hiyo ardhi yao, na mpaka hivi sasa bado hawajaipata. Wizara yako imechukua hatua gani kuona kwamba lile shamba ambalo ile familia imedhulumiwa pale Mariakani, na alafu imedhulumiwa na wanajeshi ambao wananchi sasa hawawezi kufanya chochote kwa sababu ni wanajeshi ndio wanaketi hapo, na ile shamba na hakika unajua ya kwamba ile shamba wakati army ikienda pale, wananchi wenyewe walikuwa wanaishi pale kama familia. Ni hatua gani umechukua kuregesha hiyo shamba kwa wale wakaazi ama wenyewe hiyo shamba wanaoishi hapo Mariakani, ile familia? Umefanya hatua gani kuona kwamba hiyo shamba imeweza kurudi kwao? Asante.
Senator Mundege. Senator Murgo.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I have a question about North Rift situation. The situation definitely CS is very conducive and it is quiet now. But once in a while, we get a reaction. I mean, there is no perfection yet. You will find that maybe one of those stacks will go to one side and do something that is unexpected. But the reaction from KDF is equally disastrous because they beat people all over generally, and even kill and shoot cows and all this. Could this be a matter of a camp or a unit overstaying in a place until probably they begin to not be up to what they went for? Because it seems like they are now not up to what they went for, but other things that are equally violent.
Senator Mofire.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. My question is to our former colleague, CS Soipan Tuya. Honorable Speaker, there is a very old tradition in this country that whenever we have a recruitment, especially the military recruitment, there is a lot of hue and cry from the public. Where people will go to an extent of even disposing their property to get money so that their sons and daughters can be recruited in the military. This, Honorable Speaker, has created a very imbalanced recruitment, because only those who can afford to pay for that recruitment get their sons and daughters recruited in the military. We have had cases where parents have lost money through fraudsters. Get somebody who has requests you to get him some money so that maybe your son or daughter can be recruited in the military. In this case, Honorable Speaker, we have denied our poor parents an opportunity to get their sons and daughters serve in the military. So what is this that the ministry is doing? Because this is cancerous. It has been with us for a very long time. I don't know. I have not even captured any sentiment from the ministry for that matter, addressing that pertinent issue that is affecting our parents across the country. What is your ministry doing to make sure that this bad habit stops forthwith?
Now, before I allow the Honorable CS to respond, Honorable Senators, allow me to remind you that a supplementary question is a question that flows from the primary question. Now, the questions by Senator Mohammed Chute, Senator Mazayo of Kilifi, and Senator Mofire do not qualify to be supplementary questions. However, I will allow the Honorable CS, if she's able to adequately respond to those three questions, you may proceed to respond as you respond to the other supplementary questions. If you're not in a position, you can undertake to provide a more detailed response to those three questions. Honorable CS, you may now take the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The questions are a bit too many, but I will give an attempt to respond to all of them adequately. And I'll go in order of the way they were posed to me. The question by the Honorable Senator Tom Ojenda on what the threshold is for the KDF stepping in to contain threats, internal threats, in support of the National Police Service. And Mr. Speaker, I had demonstrated that there is a continuous engagement between the national security organs through the National Security Council and the National Security Committee. And we deal with situational analysis of security situations on a very regular basis. So this is just to assure the country and this House that in as much as we don't have a scientific threshold to this effect, any matters that require the intervention of KDF, and this has been demonstrated over time, are done in a timely fashion. And this is in support of the National Police Service. And it is not to say that the police are not doing their work. It is because we have serious security challenges that emerge every so often, and that support then is required from the Kenya Defence Forces. The second question, Mr. Speaker, was asked by, I'm sorry, I did not indicate the name of the senator, who was asking what other duties, no, this is Senator Ojenda still, what other duties, apart from the KDF sitting to wait for
Senator Ojenda, may you listen to the CS in silence.
The Honorable Senator, Professor, Senior Counsel Tom of Gender, Senator for Kisumu County. And indeed, Mr. Speaker, the KDF, our soldiers don't just sit in the barracks. There is a lot of involvement in humanitarian and civic activities all across the country in support of communities, and this is in the area of water security, schools, school infrastructure, and roads. And I'm sure we can attest to this at the various levels of involvement of the KDF in different parts of the country. Mr. Speaker, we also have a very serious defense industry unit of the KDF, where we have semi-autonomous government agencies, an example being the Kenya Meat Commission and the Kenya Ordnance Factories, KOFSI, which engage in a number of activities away from fighting and the core mandate of our personnel. Mr. Speaker, the question by the Senator of Nairobi, Honorable Sifuna, on what was inaccurate about the article by the Nation Media Group. Mr. Speaker, to the extent that the article referred to a military coup, I can only say that it is indeed baseless, it is inaccurate and reckless. Number 3, Mr. Speaker, question by Senator Chute, in as much as it has been declared inadmissible by the Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we are seized of the matter of the Karare land, and I want to appreciate the support of the Senator. We have had discussions, even this morning. He accosted me as I was walking into the House, and we are going to advance the discussions as agreed, Mr. Speaker, and we will need the support of the leadership of Marsabit County, because the military base that is intended to be set up in Marsabit is for the interest of the Kenyans, the Kenya population in general, and more specifically, those communities affected by insecurity situations in Marsabit. The other interests espoused by the different parties are also pertinent, and we are going to address that through the means that we have agreed on. Honorable Senator for Migori, on the question of the limits of what KDF should and can do once deployed, Mr. Speaker, the definition of deployment is very clear, as stated under the Constitution, and KDF does not undertake investigations, does not undertake any form of arrest or dealing with any internal criminal liability issues. There are institutions that are tasked with that mandate, And the role of the KDF then is restricted to restoring stability and leave all these other issues to the relevant agencies of government, Mr. Speaker. The Honorable Deputy Speaker, Senator Kaduri, thank you for admitting that the support of KDF to the National Police Service is indeed working in the North Rift, and this has been attested to by the Senator for West Pokot County. We appreciate that feedback. And I want to say that unfortunately, we also cannot be everywhere as KDF. But like I said, in instances where the insecurity has gone down in the North Rift but is escalating in other parts of the country, that is noted, Mr. Speaker. And these are the issues that are in constant deliberation between the national security organs, and where need be, and the procedures are very clear, KDF, if called upon, will then come in to support the National Police Service in the areas that were stated, Isiolo, Meru, and these other parts of the country where the internal strife seems to be escalating in as much as the North Rift is looking good. Senator Thuku of Lamu, the incident, a very fresh incident of March 13th. Yes, I'm aware of the incident in Kiunga, and it is a matter that is actively under investigation. And like I said, the KDF is actively deployed in Lamu under the Operation Amani Boni, and I will therefore not wish to comment on the processes that are undergoing with regards to this specific case of invasion in Lamu that involved the chiefs and other people in the area. But Mr. Speaker, I would like the Senator to rest assured that the matter is actively under investigation, and I'm sure he knows, as the Senator of Lamu, how to plug himself in and know what is happening, and I invite him to have a discussion outside this house. The Honorable Senator for Kakamega County, I will pass the greetings to the generals, and they could, most probably they are watching, and thank you for appreciating their role. The scope and duration for deployment of KDF is clearly spelled out. Even the deployment that happened on June 25th, you know it involves a court matter, which is still active in court. And the scope, as defined by the Constitution and the relevant laws, cannot allow for a degeneration, because even the duration is clearly defined as to how long the KDF then continue to be deployed in these situations. The National Security Council is also properly designed to monitor constantly. And remember, this is a multi-agency outfit to make sure that the deployments remain within the confines of the Constitution. Senator for Kitui County, Honorable Wambua. The question on the confines of the operation, I think the question is as to whether the Gazette still subsists for the deployment of June 25th. The parameters for June 25th are very clear. Again, like I mentioned, there is a court case. There were Gazette notices, 2 Gazette notices issued by the Cabinet Secretary then, defining, as required by the court directive, defining the scope, the duration, and the confines within which the KDF was to operationalize the deployment. And the case, again, is actively in court. As to the details of the battalions and mandate, that is operational, and I will not comment on that. But Honorable Speaker, I think the point here is to assure the nation and to assure this House that The deployments are not arbitrary. The deployments are well thought out, and the oversight role of the National Assembly, as is required for gazettement and also defining the scope and duration, does not give room for misuse of the deployment operations. Senator Mungatana, thank you for expressing your respect for the force, KDF. Your question on why we don't have a law specific to define this secondary role of KDF. Indeed, we do have a law, the Kenya Defence Forces Act, the part 2 of the Act, which is sections 32, 33 through to 35, does define the parameters, the scope of engagement, the code of conduct, who takes command for the various levels of deployment. But of course, again, Honorable Senator, this House is at liberty to review and ensure that any gaps that there are, then we should make sure, and we will be happy to engage to seal any loopholes that may be. But as it were, the Constitution, read together with the KDF Act, does provide the parameters of operationalizing the deployments. Senator Madzayo, Senator, tuko na kesi nyingi ambazo ziko na shida across the country kuhusiana na KDF, lakini ya Mariakani sina habari nayo. So utaweza kunielezea kwa sababu I'm not aware of any row that exists between KDF and our operation space at Mariakani. But you're welcome to bring that to the fore, if indeed there is any such dispute between us and the community in Mariakani. Senator Murgor of West Pokot County. Senator, I appreciate again you have stated that the area is quiet, the North Rift is quieter, it's more conducive, but it is not devoid of challenges. And we engage on a very constant basis with our command at the North Rift. We have dealt with a few cases. So should you have any that is outstanding, please bring it to the fore. We have dealt with some cases and we are still ready to deal with any that may be there. As indeed you have said, there is a lot of progress, but we have challenges here and there and we can address them as they come. The Honorable Senator for Tharaka Nithi, the issue of recruitment. Mr. Speaker, allow me to say that sometime late last year, we got a fully fledged notification of recruitment with all the logos of the KDF and the ministry published out there. And we had no such recruitment going on. So we have fraudsters out there who dupe Kenyans into believing that actually we have Kenyans masquerading as generals out there with full uniform, full ranks, and the likes. With that said, Mr. Speaker, I cannot also say that there are no challenges that we need to address with the system of recruitment. And I want to say that the Defense Council, which I chair, is currently working on a watertight system of recruitment because the principles of national security that I mentioned, one of the key principles of national security is that the recruitment by the national security organs must reflect the diversity of the Kenyan people and must be in equitable proportions. We are working around the clock, and I know there is, without preempting, there is a question that has been raised on the same by this House, and when the time comes, I'll give details on the measures we are taking to seal the loopholes that do exist with our recruitment processes. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Wabua Enoch, you end your supplementary question, and you know our rules standing on that. You only need to ask one. What is it that you want to say again?
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for indulging me. Mr. Speaker, the purpose of asking any supplementary question is to get an answer. So if you ask a supplementary question and you don't get an answer, then there is no
Seek
point.
clarification from
Thank you,
the
Mr. Speaker.
CS.
I want to seek clarification. Mr. Speaker, and I don't want to push the CS to do things that maybe she's not allowed to do. But, Mr. Speaker, I want to understand on my own behalf and on behalf of the people of Kenya, what is so secretive about just telling Kenyans what brigade or what battalion is engaged in whatever operation is taking place anywhere in the country. Mr. Speaker, the question was very specific. What battalion was deployed to deal with the cases on the streets in July? I think, Mr. Speaker, that question was the issue of Gazette notice. It's either just to say the Gazette notice has been lifted or it is still in force. Mr. Speaker, I don't see any issues with that. Mr. Speaker, let's get those answers. They're important for the people of this country. Thank you.
Senator Wambua, you know you have asked a question and then you're also giving yourself answers. What you should answer. Therefore, allow the CS to just make a comment on that operation in July last year. Madam CS, if you are not ready, then we can also get another.
I am very ready, Mr. Speaker. Yes, indeed, Senator Wambua. What restricts me from responding to your question is provisions of the law on limitation of information under the KDF law, and the questions on capacity and disposition of deployment falls under that limitation. So that is why I cannot extend beyond that. On the question on whether the deployment has been revoked, no, the deployment has not been revoked. There is a matter actively in court, but I would also want us to, again, remember that the deployment of June 25th is in support of the National Police Service, just like the other secondary operations that are within the country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Also, I'll request Senator Wambua, if you are not really satisfied, you can just walk to the office and then you can interact with the... No, I'm just... I'm
Mr. Speaker, allow me to invite Senator Wambua.
Actually, I was making the way for him so that he can be able to reach your office. And you have been invited by the CS. Therefore, I think you can now do that. Senator Veronica Waheti Nduati.
Honorable CS, welcome back to the House, where you served for a few days, and congratulations on your new appointment. Lamu County is one of those counties that have experienced violent extremism. And we would want to know what is the current security situation in Lamu. Is KDF still actively deployed in Lamu? And whether the Somali border has been closed or is still open? And what is the current status of that deployment at Lamu County?
Honorable CS.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Yes, the situation of Lamu, the security situation remains a key involvement of the KDF, and the Operation Amani Boni is actively ongoing, as I had indicated, and the border remains closed.
Honorable CS, from my dashboard, you have no other supplementary questions. There are no other interventions. And therefore, I want to really congratulate you for availing yourself to the Senate and satisfactorily responding to all the supplementary questions without to and fro, forth and back. And this is a clear demonstration that women, the Kenya women, can be able to handle even the most extraneous duties. And I want to thank you and your peers again, you are our former colleagues. The way you are working together in that gelling is what we need in the ministries. So therefore, I don't want to say that it's because you are former legislators that you're able to know the issues that are facing Kenyans. So thank you very much indeed for your time. All the best as you serve Kenyans. Senator Haji Abdu Haji, kindly approach the table.
Next order.
Order number 8, motion, reports of the 63rd and 64th sessions of the OACPS Parliamentary Assembly and the 43rd and 1st sessions of the ACP EU Joint Parliamentary Assembly meetings held in Brussels, Belgium, and Luanda, Angola, respectively.
Senator Deputy Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to move that the Senate notes the report of the Kenyan delegation to the 63rd session of the Organization of African, Caribbean, and Pacific States, OACPS, Parliamentary Assembly, and the 43rd session of the African, Caribbean, and Pacific European Union, ACP-EU, Joint Parliamentary Assembly meetings held in Brussels, Belgium, from 19th to 20th June 2023, and 64th session of the Organization of African, Caribbean, and Pacific States Parliamentary Assembly, and the first session joint of the OACPS EU Joint Parliamentary Assembly, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 6th December 2023, and Wednesday, 2nd October 2024, respectively. Mr. Speaker, sir, the Organization of African, Caribbean, and Pacific States, OACPS, was created by the Georgetown Agreement in 1975. It was established as an African, Caribbean, and Pacific during the same year, 1975. A cooperation agreement was established between the ACP and the EU, then referred to as the European Economic Community, EEC. The cooperation agreement was signed in Rome, Togo, and thus adopted the name Rome Convention. The Rome Convention guided the cooperation between the ACP and EU, that is Rome 1, Rome 2, Rome 3, and Rome 4 up to year 2000, when the Cotonou Partnership Agreement was signed between 78 ACP countries and the 28 European Union countries. The Cotonou Partnership Agreement was signed to govern cooperation between ACP and the EU for 20 years, up to the year 2020. The ACP Georgetown Agreement provides for an ACP summit as the highest governing organ, with a Council of Ministers as the policy-making organ, and a Committee of Ambassadors as the policy implementer. Kenya hosted the 9th ACP Summit in Nairobi in December 2019. During the summit, a revised version of the Georgetown Agreement was adopted. It was during the revision of the Georgetown Agreement that the new name for the ACP or ACPS was adopted. Mr. Speaker, sir, the Samoa Agreement is a framework for European Union relations with African, Caribbean, and Pacific countries. It is the new partnership agreement between the EU and 79 countries from Africa, Caribbean, and Pacific, which totals to 79. 48 are African countries, 16 Caribbean, and 15 Pacific countries. The agreement includes a common foundation for all ACP levels, combined with the 3 regional protocols for Africa, the Caribbean, and the Pacific, with a focus on the region's specific needs. Mr. Speaker, the new agreement was officially signed on 15th of November 2023 by the EU and its member states and OACPS members in Samoa. Its provisional application was to start on the first day of the second month after their signature, that is 1st January 2024. The Samoa Agreement is based on 6 key priorities. Number 1, human rights, democracy, and governance. 2, peace and security. 3, human and social development. 4, inclusive, sustainable economic growth and development. 5, environmental sustainability and climate change. And 7, 6, migration and mobility. Mr. Speaker, sir, the OACPS EU Joint Parliamentary Assembly was the first session since coming into force of the Samoa Agreement. The new partnership agreement between OACPS and EU on 1st January 2024. The first constitutive session of the OACPS EU JPA was held on 21st February 2024. The session was formally opened by His Excellency Esperanza Maria Eduardo Francisco da Costa, Vice President of Angola, Carolina Zaquera, President of the National Assembly of Angola, as well as JPA co-presidents Carlos Zorino from the European Parliament and Annalita Sitole from OACPS Parliament. Mr. Speaker, sir, during this opening session, by His Excellency Honorable William Samoei Ruto, PhD, CNGH, President of the Republic of Kenya, and Commander-in-Chief of the Defense Forces, delivered a recorded video keynote speech as the outgoing President of OACPS and member of the OACPS Troika Kenya, hand over the presidency of OACPS to Angola during the 10th OACPS Summit in December 2022. Kenya will remain in Troika until December 2025. The President highlighted the limited capacity of the JPA due to its lack of legislative power and reiterated the need to overcome this challenge for effective functioning of the JPA. He concluded by restating Kenya's commitment towards rule-based international order, multilateralism, and peaceful resolution to conflicts. After the opening ceremony, 2 delegates ensued, featuring input from EU Commissioner for International Partnership, Njata Uprainen, and Professor Fabricio Cardon, a political science professor at the University of Glasgow. The United Kingdom was represented in the opening ceremony by Commissioner Uprainen, who is in a address to the Assembly, and related the various partnership packages still run to ACP regions through the Global Gateway Africa with the OACPS, and ensure that people and communities remain central in efforts to address the inequality. The debate topics revolve around the new figure of the partnership between OECPS and the European Union. Mr. Speaker, sir, as you are aware, Mr. Speaker, the OECPS, we attend these sessions between ourselves, the Senate, and also the National Assembly. And Mr. Speaker, if you recall, we have attended several sessions with you. I think it was in Brussels, Belgium, and all these issues that have been recorded here are true fact on what are our deliberations has always been. So, Mr. Speaker, because I want to make a summary of the remaining bit, Mr. Speaker, the Samoa Agreement provides for the creation of regional parliamentary assemblies that comprise countries from Africa, Pacific, the Caribbean, and European Union. And this is actually a replica of what our colleague Senator Mugatana is doing in the Pan-African Parliament. So the Samoa Agreement is actually requesting that we should have these regional parliamentary assemblies so that we can be able to discuss our issues. Because as a region, we are affected by similar problems, similar challenges. So when we do parliamentary assemblies in the regions, we are able to canvass our issues in a better way. So the RPAs are co-chaired by a member of the European Parliament on the one hand, and a member of the Parliament from the respective African, Caribbean, or Pacific parties nominated as chair. The African region elected an MP from Mozambique, the Honorable Annalita Stole, while the European Parliament elected Mr. Carlos Zorino to represent the parties as co-chairs. The first plenary session took place on Sunday, 18th February 2024, to elect the Bureau members, consisting of two presidents, co-presidents of EU and OECPS, and the members of respective regional assemblies. Uganda's Deputy Speaker of Parliament, the Honorable Thomas Tayebwa, was elected as the president for the East African Bureau, which will represent Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, Seychelles, Mauritius, Djibouti, Rwanda, and Burundi. And the Bureau, one each representing Africa, Caribbean, and Pacific, and EU, are executive bodies of the JPA. The main Bureau consists of the two co-presidents, one each from EU and OECPS, and the 22 members drawn from the respective RPAs. The representation in the co-presidency of the African, Caribbean, and Pacific was elected from Benin, Jamaica, and Samoa respectively. And Mr. Speaker, if you can remember, just 2 months ago, my colleague, the Deputy Speaker of the Uganda Parliament, was elected as the President of Africa Parliament. So we have a new leadership under Mr. Honorable Thomas Tayebwa, and I congratulate him and wish him well as he leads our region. The Joint Parliamentary Assembly adopted the rules of the procedure which guides the operations of the assemblies. This report is a summary of the issues discussed at the recently concluded session of the OECPS EU JPA, many of which are very relevant to our existing situations. It is hoped that the subjects covered will generate rich and meaningful debate and inspire ideas that will help resolve issues of international and national concern, such as climate change, adaptation, and mitigation for Kenyans from a local context. The new session of the OECPS and joint OECPS EU Parliamentary Assemblies will be held in 2025 on a date to be announced. The regional assemblies will be held virtually in 2024. Yeah, on a date to be communicated. And this was held sometimes, I think, 1 month ago. On behalf of my fellow members of the delegation, as I mentioned, we have 2 members who represent the Senate, myself and Senator Abdul Haji, and from the National Assembly, our delegation is led by the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Grandis Sholei, and 3 other members. So, on behalf of my fellow members of the delegation that represented the Parliament of Kenya in Rwanda, Angola, I beg to move that the Senate notes the Senate notes this report as presented and a request now actually you are to second this report because you are my colleague in the OACPS. But since Pan-African Parliament is also a regional parliament, and whatever I'm discussing here is some of the issues that also are canvassed by the Pan-African Parliament, I will really honorably request my colleague, senior Senator Mungatana, to second this report, and I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Mungatana.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Honorable Kaduri for ably moving this report and giving us, the nation and the Senate, what they managed to achieve when they went to represent us in the international fora. Mr. Speaker, one of the things that the parliaments sitting out there discussed was the need to develop closer cooperation with the BRICS nations. It was discussed that there is need for developing cooperation with not only the traditional EU bloc, but also to look for a way to find cooperation with the BRICS, which is Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. Mr. Speaker, this is a new bloc that has come up that is asserting its presence on the global arena. We have had in the past only the Western versus the Eastern powers. But Mr. Speaker, here we have the BRICS, which is a new kid on the block. Mr. Speaker, I really want to congratulate those members who represented us and the views that our regional parliaments need to also shift focus and start finding a way to work with the BRICS. Why, Mr. Speaker? Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa, they came together, Mr. Speaker, and they have discussed a lot of issues around trade, a lot of issues around cooperation between themselves, and they have started inviting other nations to come together and to work with them. And the most critical thing is that these nations, Mr. Speaker, they have decided that they will start operating on a new platform for trade. They are not going to be using the dollar anymore to do their international trade. Mr. Speaker, this is a tremendously huge and important step that needs to be emulated. What is it that they have done so well that is resulting in them moving in that direction? And what is it that we can learn, especially from Africa and the Pacific regions? What is it that parliaments from this African Pacific region can learn from that move? Mr. Speaker, I really support this idea that the African and the Pacific area parliaments should find a way to cooperate with the BRICS. Mr. Speaker, in one of the issues that was discussed, it's a common problem that some of the contribution, the assessed contributions to that organization from various states is failing. In fact, they said that 10 countries did not make a single contribution to the 2022 budget of that regional organization. So, Mr. Speaker, the question then begs, how does a nation join an international organization, sign its treaties, and then refuse to give its assessed contribution. Mr. Speaker, this is a challenge that we need to address, and my prayer is that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Kenya will not be one of those that will be mentioned, and I'm sure they were not in this one. But we want them to, I want to take this opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to urge the CS for Foreign Affairs and Diaspora Affairs, the Honorable Musalia Mudavadi, together with the PS, Dr. Koriso Noe, that they sit down and review all our memberships so that we do not be part of those countries that are described as 100% non-contribution countries, and yet you have signed to be in those organizations. It's really a shame. Mr. Speaker, in this particular meeting, our own president visited and was the guest of honor in that function to open the sitting of that parliament officially. So, Mr. Speaker, you can imagine if you are not contributing, the foreign affairs have not checked whether we are contributing, and then the president goes there as a guest of honor. I think these things should be checked. And I know they are listening to me in the ministry. Can they sit down and review all treaties where we are supposed to be contributing, especially parliamentary organization, so that this issue will never affect us as a nation? I'm proud of the fact that whenever we go to the Pan-African Parliament and we as Kenya stand to speak, we speak with a lot of pride and a lot of honor, because we have managed in that place to keep up with our assessed contributions. And my prayer is that Kenya will never be mentioned in a list of shame, where you belong to an international organization, but then you don't pay up on your assessed contribution. Mr. Speaker, a third issue that was discussed, and it is critical, was the concern that was raised by African and Pacific parliamentarians meeting there of the non-tariff barriers by the European Union. Mr. Speaker, there was concern expressed about what is called the green deals, in quotes. These policies, Mr. Speaker, they tend to be segregatory against products, agricultural products that are coming from Africa, animal products that are coming from Africa and Pacific nations. EU comes up with these standards, and these standards are hurting businesses from Africa and from the Pacific region. This issue was discussed at length. And Mr. Speaker, my prayer is that at every point and everywhere when we go to these international meetings, the point must be made that Africa should not be segregated, and we should not use these standards to deny opportunity to do business. Already we suffer a lot, Mr. Speaker. It takes a lot of effort for our access to the markets in the European Union. And it is sad that now they are developing more standards that are excluding the products that are coming from Africa, animal products, and also products that are from the agriculture sector. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy that the report that was read to us and laid on this table have said that members raised concern about this. And I think EU, if it's to be genuine, some of the standards that they are creating, Mr. Speaker, are not genuine. Those are standards that are specifically created to exclude Pacific nations, African nations from their markets. And that promotes their own products so that their intra-trade within the EU is increased at the expense of Africa and Pacific nations. And my prayer is that the EU will take note. And this is the reason why I have said, and I'm going back to the point that even as we work with the European Union, it is time for us to also look at the new kid on the block, BRICS. Because if we are able to tell the European Union your standards don't make sense, but we have our friends in China, our friends in Russia, our friends in India, the BRICS nation, then they will start treating us with dignity, because some of the standards and the requirements they make there, they make it impossible for our potatoes, for example, to reach the European markets. And yet, Mr. Speaker, we are supposed to be in the same block. We are supposed to be friends. We are supposed to be countries that are cooperating together. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm glad that this issue was also debated in that parliament. And my prayer is that the European Union would not. Right now, Mr. Speaker, the European Union and countries in Europe in general, they need new friends, because the United States has decided that they are not going to be, pandering to them. They are not going to be pandering to the European Union anymore. The new administration has been very tough on them in terms of putting up any, without hesitation, tariffs against their products whenever the situation calls for it. And so it is time also for the European Union to also look for new friends within this EU, within the Pacific and African region. And one of the things it could do, instead of creating standards that are oppressive to our products when we export, they should now start creating more friendly environment for us to be able to trade, because their traditional partner, the United States, is no longer as friendly as it used to be. So, Mr. Speaker, with all those many remarks, I would want to second this report and urge that our international engagements continue, so that the presence of Kenya and the presence of this Senate and the National Assembly is felt as it should, so that we maintain our position as an influential country across the world in various fora. I beg to second. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Senator. Honorable Senators, I propose the question that the Senate notes the reports of the 63rd session of the Organization of African, Caribbean, and Pacific States Parliamentary Assembly and the 43rd sessions of the African, Caribbean, and Pacific European Union Joint Parliamentary Assembly, meetings held in Brussels, Belgium from 19th to 28th June 2023, and secondly, the 64th session of the Organization of African, Caribbean, and Pacific States Parliamentary Assembly and the first session of the African, Caribbean, and Pacific European Union Joint Parliamentary Assembly meetings held in Luanda, Angola from 17th to 21st February 2024, laid on the table of the Senate on Wednesday, 6 December 2023 and Wednesday, 2nd October 2024, respectively.
Okay, Senator Kinyo, proceed.
Asante Bwana Spika. Bwana Spika, nataka kushukuru kwa ripoti zilizoletwa, lakini Bwana Spika, itakuwa ni kazi bure ikiwa tutafanya hii mikutano ilhali katika biashara na uhusiano ambayo inaendelea, Bwana Spika, hauonekani kwa Wakenya ama wananchi wa nchi ambazo zinahusika, Bwana Spika, kwa sababu majukumu makubwa ama mikutano yoyote ama miungano yoyote inafanywa inapaswa kuleta manufaa kwa wananchi wa nchi ambazo zinazohusika, Bwana Spika. Kwa sababu Bwana Spika, wale ambao wametuchagua, wale ambao wametuweka katika nyadhifa, wanatuweka kwa sababu moja, Bwana Spika, kuinua hali ya maisha yao, Bwana Spika. Kwa hivyo nataka kushukuru kwa sababu mikutano mingi inayofanya inaleta mahusiano mazuri, Bwana Spika, na vile vile, Bwana Spika, inafanya nchi ambazo zinahusika ziweze kuondoa vile vikwazo vya kibiashara, Bwana Spika, vikwazo vya uhusiano, Bwana Spika. Kwa hivyo nashukuru vile ambavyo spika wetu alivyosema katika mikutano ambayo wamekuwa wakijihusisha, wamewachagua viongozi wa nchi zingine, Bwana Spika. Hii uhusiano, Bwana Spika, isionekane tu katika biashara, Bwana Spika. Vile vile ukiangalia nchi jirani, Bwana Spika, kama ni wakati wana shida, kama kuna vita ama kuna majanga, wanaweza kupata mahali ambapo kuna hali ya usalama na hali nzuri, Bwana Spika. Kwa hivyo sitaki kuongea mengi, Bwana Spika, kwa sababu jambo kama hili litasaidia sana wahusika. Hata tuseme mfano, Bwana Spika, tukitengeneza reli ambayo itatoka Mombasa ipitie Naivasha iende Kisumu iende mpaka nchi jirani, itakuwa ikisaidia Wakenya, Bwana Spika. Kwa hivyo ni vizuri hii mikutano na uhusiano huu unaendelea uwe unawahusisha wananchi kwa nchi ambazo zinahusika. Nashukuru sana, Bwana Spika.
Asante, Senator. I call upon the mover to reply.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the two senators who have contributed to this report, and they seem to be knowing exactly what they are saying and the debates that we have been discussing in the ACP-EU summits. Senator Mugatana raised a very valid point about the subscriptions to these regional or international parliaments. And Mr. Speaker, you remember we were to attend ACP Parliament in Benin, Cotonou, Benin in January this year, but the meeting was suspended because there were no finances. The countries that subscribe to OACPS and EU and did not pay the subscription. So it was very hard to finance that parliamentary session. So what Senator Mugatana has raised is something that really needs to be looked upon by the member states so that we don't have hiccups in these meetings. Also, Senator Kenyo has raised a very important point, especially on the benefits that the member states can get. You know, most of our products, especially agricultural products, find their markets to the EU, European Union. And most of the time, our standards, they sometimes decline our products because they say we have maybe oversprayed, we have used more pesticides, more herbicides. And Mr. Speaker, you know, these are the people who produce these herbicides and all these chemicals. They dump them in Africa, but when we use them to produce our products, they decline. After they have sold their chemicals here in Africa, we spray our crops, they become very energetic. So when we try to ship them back now so that they can utilize, they decline our products and say you have used the chemicals. So, Mr. Speaker, they use us to get their money, to get the market for their chemicals, industrial chemicals. But then when we sell to them, they start now blaming us. So, Mr. Speaker, these double standards should stop. They should produce chemicals that have no effect to them, of course, so that now when we farm with them, they are acceptable. They should give us the best standards, the best chemicals. So, Mr. Speaker, I think these are the issues that we'll continue conversing. You remember also, we have an issue that they said areas that have been deforested, especially you can't plant coffee without at least affecting a few trees and there, or tea. And then they have seen areas that have deforested to produce those crops, they will bar those countries from exporting to the European Union. So these are the issues that we are that on the table for us to discuss as OACPS EU parliamentary sessions. So, Mr. Speaker, with all these remarks, I beg to reply. And because there is no quorum, I also defer the putting of the question. Maybe you defer? I request, okay. I thought I have powers when standing here. I thought of the same powers that I enjoy while I'm chairing. I request you, Honorable Speaker, to defer putting of the question. Sorry for that.
You want to direct?
Very well, we are deferred putting of the question. Next order.
Order number 9, motion, report of the 9th Interparliamentary Union IPU Global Conference of Young Parliamentarians held in Hanoi, Vietnam from 5th to 17th September 2023.
Senator Metho.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, if you indulge me for 1 minute, I think I would also want to inform the House that a fortnight ago, I was elected as the Mount Kenya District League Golf Convener. And we had our first match against Nyeri, Nyahururu versus Nyeri, and we beat Nyeri 13-3. Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to move that the Senate notes the report of the 9th Interparliamentary Union IPU Global Conference of the Young Parliamentarians held in Hanoi, Vietnam, from the 15th
Senator
to the
John
17th.
Metho, what is your point of order? John Kinyo,
I have
sorry.
no point of order, Mr. Speaker.
John Kinyo, my apologies.
Mr. Speaker, I listened to the good senator of Nyandarua, John Metho, saying you indulge him, but what he said, I did not understand, Mr. Speaker. Does it relate to this Senate? How does it relate to this Senate, Mr. Speaker? Or to what he's about to present? Maybe he can clarify.
Honorable Speaker, it relates to the extent that I am a senator and a member of this august House, and having gotten such a rare honor, I think it is fair that I inform the Senate that I have gotten that opportunity. Right from Honorable Kanini Kega, now it has now come to the Senate, and also have even gone further to explain that in my leadership, we have started on a very positive note, that we have beaten Nyeri 13-3 is a very, very rare feat. And Honorable Kenya should actually relax. The next club that we are taking on is Nanyuki, is Nyahururu versus Nanyuki, and we shall do what we can do best to Nanyuki. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the Senate notes the report of the 9th Interparliamentary Union IPU Global Conference of Young Parliamentarians held in Hanoi, Vietnam, from the 15th to the 17th of September 2023, laid on the table of the Senate on Tuesday, the 5th of March 2024. Mr. Speaker, sir, IPU, the World Organization of Parliaments, is a global forum for parliamentary dialogue, cooperation, and action. The Union advances democracy and assists parliaments and parliamentarians throughout the world to fulfill their mandate, and the Assembly is made up of 108 members and 15 associate members. IPU facilitates parliamentary debate, dialogue, and cooperation. It also promotes and defends democracy and the rule of law, while also assisting parliaments in coping with growing international agenda relevant to their duties. Honorable Speaker, the IPU Assembly is the principal statutory body that expresses the views of Interparliamentary Union on political issues. It brings together parliamentarians to study international problems and make recommendations for parliamentary and governmental action. The Assembly meets biannual and is held each time in a different country, providing participants with an opportunity to see various national realities. Mr. Speaker, sir, the 9th Interparliamentary Global Conference of Young Parliamentarians took place on the 15th to the 17th of September 2023 in Hanoi, Vietnam. And Honorable Speaker, if you have not had an opportunity to visit Hanoi, it is an extremely beautiful city. It is actually a perfect green city. It is a city that looks like a city in a forest. The level of afforestation in that particular part of the world is breathtaking. The theme of the conference was the role of the youth in accelerating achievement of the SDGs through digital transformation and innovation. Honorable Speaker, since 2014, global conferences have addressed topical issues linked to the empowerment and have provided policy orientation in areas such as political participation, peace and security, and the Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, social and economic inclusion, education and employment, and well-being, recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic, and climate action. Mr. Speaker, sir, the 9th Conference of the Young Parliamentarians took place 8 years after the adoption of the Hanoi Declaration on the Sustainable Development Goals, turning word into action by IPU members parliament in 2015. As it is the midway point to the achieving the SDGs by 2030, the conference took stock of the progress and highlighted the rising importance of technology and innovation to accelerate action towards the global goals. More specifically, the conference empowered young MPs to build knowledge and experience better positioning of themselves to perform their roles on timely topics such as digital transformation, innovation, and startups, and cultural and human values for sustainable development. Delegations were therefore encouraged to come prepared with examples of good practices to share with colleagues. And maybe, Honorable Speaker, it is also important to say that in part of my presentation as the head of the delegation that time, we were able to share the Kenyan story, especially the Kenyan story of the M-Pesa, our digital money transfer or digital money market, Honorable Speaker, which is something that fascinates the world, that from the comfort of your seat, Honorable Speaker, in the next not more than 2, 3, 4, 5 seconds, you can be able to send as much money as you want to people in the towns of Masalani in your county. And I mean, it has made business very, very easy. It is this digital transformation and stories like this, Honorable Speaker, that we were sharing at the 9th IPU in Hanoi. Mr. Speaker, sir, the conference encompassed 3 primary sessions: digital transformation, innovation and startups, and promoting respect for cultural diversity in support of sustainable development. Mr. Speaker, sir, nearly 500 delegates, including 300 international delegates from 70 IPU member states and international organizations, gathered together, making it the biggest one since the conception of the Global Conference of Young Parliamentarians. The 3 primary thematic discussions received lively participation from the international delegates, with a digital transformation session featuring about 30 presentations. It is important, Honorable Speaker, that I informed the Senate that amongst these 30 presentations that were made, one was from the delegation from Kenya, which I was honored to present, Honorable Speaker. And Kenya is a powerhouse, especially on matters digital transformation in our region and in our continent, Honorable Speaker. And we were able to actually encourage the other nations, Honorable Speaker, the other parliaments, Honorable Speaker, to ensure that they can be able to carry home part of the presentations that were being made, including the one that we made for Kenya. 30 presentations on the innovation and startups, and 40 in the promoting respect for cultural diversity in support of sustainable development. Mr. Speaker, sir, I was honored to lead that particular delegation that comprised of our colleague, Senator Crystal Asige, and another colleague of ours, a brilliant young advocate, a member of parliament who is courageous and has proved time and again that she fits the bill, the Honorable Jane Jerry Maina, member of parliament from Kirinyaga. And Mr. Speaker, sir, during the conference, members of the Kenyan delegation were actively involved in the deliberations that greatly enriched the resolutions. Honorable Speaker, in my contribution during the General Assembly as the leader of the delegation, I highlighted Kenya's achievements thus far on our digital transformation and emphasized the generational responsibility of young legislators, urging them to ensure that they allocate resources to align with the declarations made during discussions. Honorable Speaker, this is a very critical departure that we got from Hanoi, that even as we speak about digital transformation, resources will always follow functions. We are the people that are tasked with budgeting national resources, Honorable Speaker. And we cannot just keep saying that we want to empower our young people, but we don't allocate as much resources, Honorable Speaker, that will match this particular clarion calls that we keep making. More specifically to us, Honorable Speaker, who have been given an opportunity or have been given opportunities to serve as young members of Parliament, Honorable Speaker, both from the National Assembly and from the Senate, we must endeavor to try and convince the nation, to try and convince our colleagues that even as we budget money for roads, they are important. Even as we budget money for water, it is important. Even as we continue budgeting money for capital projects, it is important. But this digital transformation and digital economy that it keeps speaking about, Honorable Speaker, we can only achieve to the extent that we want to achieve, Honorable Speaker, if we invest as much money. If we speak about the online jobs that are being done by our young people, Honorable Speaker, if we do not ensure that they have easy access to internet, Honorable Speaker, we'll be saying on one hand, but not be providing the requisite opportunities and the requisite tools of trade so that they can be able to achieve and they can be able to benefit from this particular scope of source of employment. Honorable Speaker, on behalf of the delegation, I would wish to thank the Office of the Speaker of the Senate and the clerk of the Senate for the continued support towards facilitating the activities of the Interparliamentary Union, ensuring that Kenya was well represented during that conference of young parliamentarians. And it is also important, Honorable Speaker, to say that even though the delegation of the members of the support team that we went with were drawn from the two houses, both the National Assembly and this Senate, Honorable Speaker, we had a very good team, and they were able to facilitate members, and they were able to facilitate including our presentations that we're making there, Honorable Speaker. And we would want to say, and we keep saying time and again, the Secretariat and the members of staff from Parliament, they keep proving, Honorable Speaker, that their professionalism is beyond reproach, Honorable Speaker. I would want to encourage the clerk of the Senate, Mr. Jeremiah Nyagenya, to continue giving as many members of staff opportunities to showcase their knowledge and their professionalism with the delegations that keep moving. So the delegation that we were with Senator Asige is a visually impaired person. And I'm sure if she was here, she would have confirmed that indeed the team that we had been given by the leadership of the Secretariat of the Senate was a good team. Mr. Speaker, sir, Article 7 of the IPU statutes mandate members of the IPU to submit the resolutions of the IPU within their respective parliaments in the most appropriate form, to communicate them to the government and stimulate their implementation to inform the IPU Secretariat as oftenly and fully as possible, particularly in its annual reports of the steps taken and the results obtained. Accordingly, Honorable Speaker, in accordance with Article 7 of the Statutes of the IPU, it is my pleasure and humble duty to submit this report, highlighting the discussions and the conference statement of the 9th Interparliamentary Union Global Conference for Young Parliamentarians to Parliament for necessary noting and necessary action. Mr. Speaker, sir, I therefore beg to move and request Senator Veronica Waheti Duarte Maina to second.
Senator Veronica.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to second this, the moving of this report. And let me, at the very onset, congratulate the Kenyan delegation that represented Kenya ably at the 9th IPU Global Conference on Young Parliamentarians, which included none other but yours truly, Senator John Muthia Methu. Happy to note today the hair looks very smart. Senator Christo Asige, our very own able senator who represents persons living with disability at the Senate, Honorable Jean Jerry Minor, MP and women rep for Kirinyaga County, and the two delegates who were drawn from the Secretariat, both at Senate and the National Assembly. I have noted, Honorable Speaker, that from this conference, our Kenyan delegation was very active, as it should be, and they were greatly involved in the deliberations that enriched the resolutions that were arrived at, which is what a delegation should always do, especially when they represent our nation anywhere. It's important that a report is returned, that the participation is active, not absent, and that our delegates are able to contribute and enrich the deliberations and the resolutions that emanate from any conference, because ideally that's why the taxpayer uses the money to sponsor our delegation. I have noted with a lot of interest the venue where this conference was taken. That was in Hanoi, Vietnam, a very interesting destination which has been in the discussion of Kenyans lately because of our very own Kenyan, Margaret Nduta, a lady from Murang'a County, whose fate is hanging on the thread because of having been convicted for capital punishment due to offenses or accusations related to drug peddling or trafficking or whatever it was that has been faced, that Nduta has been faced with. I note, Honorable Speaker, that Vietnam has very strict drug laws. And even before I finish commenting on this, because this was about a global conference on young parliamentarians, and Nduta is a young woman, I have seen for the last maybe a week or so, a very hearted petition by Kenyans to the government to quickly do what it can to have a bilateral to discuss with the government of Vietnam how the fate of Nduta from hanging by the rope or being punished through that injection could be reversed and Nduta be allowed to face the Kenyan judicial system. And a caution we would throw to the young people, Honorable Speaker, is that many countries and jurisdictions are very strict on drug offenses and drug charges. And it is very important for young people, when they are approached to do certain things, to be very cautious who gives them what they are carrying or what they are transporting or what suitcases they are handling when they are traveling, so that they don't find themselves in the situation that Nduta found herself in. And we want to thank the PS Foreign Affairs for taking steps to reach out to the government of Vietnam to discuss. And the fact that the punishment was delayed as the governments are discussing was important. Because we know an offense could be an offense, we do not know how the process went, but we do know that the Kenyan judicial system is also eager to enforce the criminal law jurisdiction. And I'm sure if Nduta was returned here, she would still face the Kenyan judicial system, which may be lighter for the family. So we continue to hope that the governments will discuss and see that the fate of Nduta is reviewed and that she can face the music back home. Notably, Kenya has no bilateral agreement with Vietnam, and maybe it's time that because the Kenyan embassy that is accredited to Vietnam, nearest to Vietnam is in Thailand, so that I don't even know how our team worked during this time, the delegation that was sent. They must have had a lot of difficulties because they did not have, Kenya does not have a mission down at Vietnam. And we would also urge the PS, Foreign Affairs, to ensure that now that Kenya and Vietnam have relations that could enable us to foster or put a foreign mission there, to consider that there are many Kenyans who are working within Vietnam, and that they will be, it will be a big honor and great service to those Kenyans if there was a foreign mission or a diplomatic mission that can serve them closer in Vietnam, because both countries have interests, issues that are of common interest that could be handled by that foreign mission. And having said that, I'm wishing consolation to Nduta's family back in Moranga. Honorable Speaker, the theme of this conference, coming back to the report, was the role of the youth in accelerating the achievement of the SDGs through digital transformation and innovation. And Speaker, if I can jump to one of the items that were noted by the Secretary General during this conference, was that the Secretary General Chungong took the opportunity to address the underrepresentation of young women in parliaments, emphasizing that their contributions were indispensable in advancing the SDGs through digital transformation and innovation. He underscored the crucial role of young women and called for increased effort to ensure their meaningful participation in parliamentary processes. The reason why the young women were singled out, Honorable Speaker, must have been because it is very easy for women to be left behind in digital transformation. And Honorable Speaker, it's my view that as our systems get more digitized, become more technologically efficient, it's important that women are carried along. In fact, Honorable Speaker, if you look at what is happening now, commerce has gone digital, trading has gone digital, Honorable Speaker, and everything, even the service delivery by governments has gone digital. And unless we carry the women along in this digital transformation, women will take the shorter end of the stick in this transformation. And that is why, Honorable Speaker, this conference addressed issues of how the young women can be carried along, even those who are in parliaments, to ensure that their role as women parliamentarians becomes meaningful, even as people participate in parliamentary processes. Honorable Speaker, right now, you might find that the people who are able to follow the proceedings, even in these parliaments, are those who are digitally aware or digitally informed. And it's important, Honorable Speaker, that as we continue, that parliaments become a center where even those who are serving within parliaments, their skills are consistently improved in this digital technology and transformation. Honorable Speaker, the resolutions that have been arrived at during this conference, Honorable Speaker, should actually be turned into action so that, Honorable Speaker, we do not have conferences being attended to, resolutions being drawn, and no action being taken. We need to be in a phase where we say, from resolutions now to action, from action to impact, so that whatever resources are being used in these conferences, the global conferences, can become a reality to the citizens of Kenya. So let me once again congratulate the team that represented Kenya in this IPU Global Conference, and hope that this will impact the other young parliamentarians within our jurisdiction. And with those many remarks, I now second this motion. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Senator. Honorable Senators, I propose the question that the Senate notes report of the 9th Interparliamentary Union Global Conference of Young Parliamentarians held in Hanoi, Vietnam from 15th to 17th September 2023, laid on the table of the Senate on Tuesday, 5th March 2024. Senator Danson Mbatana.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to make my contribution in this report. Mr. Speaker, first of all, I want to acknowledge the work of the head of delegation and his leadership. Mr. Speaker, Senator Methu, our former chair for lands, has distinguished himself, Mr. Speaker, in this house and the service. I wish him well, and I pray that the people of Nyandarua will keep bringing you back so that when we finally go, we will leave this house in responsible hands. Mr. Speaker, the primary sessions that were held during these IPU sittings, there was a session on digital transformation. There was a session in innovation and startups. And there was a session on promoting respect for cultural diversity in support of sustainable development. Mr. Speaker, one of the comments that Senator Methu made there as head of delegation was that we need to support the resolutions that are passed there with resources so that what is reflected there becomes a reality in this country. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to say that on digital transformation, the government of President RUTO has done something remarkable. Because, Mr. Speaker, for the first time in many years, we have had an administration that has been speaking about digital transformation and then digital economy and pushing that idea. Mr. Speaker, in our own county, when the president visited there last month, we were able to launch through the Member of Parliament for Galole, one of the digital innovation centers. Mr. Speaker, there were young people there who are in Hola and who gave testimony that we finished university. And I personally listened to one of the ladies. I finished university, I wasn't getting a job. So when I heard there was an innovation center, I came to Hola and I started participating. And now I'm able to get something at the end of the month because of the jobs that I'm getting. So I really want to thank this administration because they have partnered with CDF across the country to make a reality of this digital economy. And my prayer is that this will be the trend and we will get more and more young people gaining from these innovations. And Mr. Speaker, you know, that is what was discussed at the International Forum by our delegation, the young parliamentarians in IPU, and it is being applied here. And we want to say that what has been done is good, but more resources to be allocated so something can continue to happen in our various counties. Mr. Speaker, the other session that was discussed, that was held there, the primary session, was on innovation and startups. And this is where my disappointment is in the government that I support. Mr. Speaker, a lot of our people in Tana River, and I have a young man who is actually a teacher, but he described himself as an innovator. He can actually create a lot of things, make a bicycle, produce energy for running a water system. He can do this and that. He even created a radio station, Mr. Speaker, from very basic things. He has this gift that God has given him, and he's able to put something in his mind, think about an issue, and be able to come up with a product. But Mr. Speaker, where is the support on people like this? We have seen, even in other areas of this country, young people who are able to create something that looks like a plane and something that has actually taken off, although not for a long time. Mr. Speaker, where is the money for innovation? Where is the money for startups? Young people, many of them, are thinking outside the box. Many people are able to actually come up with very nice ideas. And I know because I have seen it in my counties. But Mr. Speaker, and not just in Tana River County, but in many other counties, Mr. Speaker, young people have known that it is not just, you don't just go to school to get education and then you go and get a job. You actually get the education and try to start up your own business. That's why now we have a lot of musicians who are making money. We have content creators who are making money. We have people who are actually doing something in the field of innovation and startups, as discussed in the IPU. But Mr. Speaker, where is this money where we can say that in these 47 counties, we have allocated 5 million shillings or 100 million shillings or 20 million shillings for each of these counties, so that the most innovative young people can be given access to this funding so that they create their own startups. Mr. Speaker, I attended a youth meeting in Hola, which is our county headquarters in Tana River. And Mr. Speaker, I was able to meet a young man who had come up with something that, some machine that is able to irrigate the land for purposes of agriculture using very simple technology. Mr. Speaker, the question that was there is, and he was using this technology of the phone, so that you are able to know when you are supposed to irrigate the land, if the water is enough and stuff like that. And he really impressed me. But Mr. Speaker, where is the money to help young people such as those to support their innovation and to support startups? I think we need to tell our government and the ministers who are in charge to think again of ways and means of putting funds in this direction, because that is what Article 7 of the IPU statutes have mandated our delegation to come and say here in this country, to come and move this house so that the resolutions that they passed there are able to be given a life in this country. And therefore, as we debate this matter in this Senate, we are asking the Minister in Treasury and the relevant sector minister who is in the micro economic sector to please come up with a fund that is specifically for youth, that can be able to support our youth across the counties. I know, Mr. Speaker, that many counties have come up with funds to support business in general. But here, I'm speaking about funds that will support innovation, specifically funds that will support startups, specifically requesting this both from the national government and our county governments, so that our young people can be given opportunities to also make a living from this economy and even the economy that is available within the internet. So, Mr. Speaker, I would want to really say that that was a very useful session, and it has opened the minds of many, many people, and we are happy that IPU is thinking in this direction, and we pray that our members will continue to support us and help us to go in the right direction. I wanted to comment, Mr. Speaker, lastly, on the final session, which was on promoting respect for cultural diversity in support of sustainable development. Mr. Speaker, on that session, I just wanted to say one thing, that I was requested just over this weekend, Mr. Speaker, last weekend, to be a guest of honor in Pwani University in our neighboring Kilifi County. They had a huge cultural day. And Mr. Speaker, one of the things I said, yes, we have very many cultures, very many diverse cultures within the university there. And those different cultural diversities should be our strength. I felt that identifying people through their tribes tribal allegiance wasn't really what I had hoped would be happening amongst our children. Because we went in university, we had that kind of thing. And my prayer was that people would be identifying themselves in terms of counties, so that county X, county Y, not necessarily the tribal affiliation that you have. Why? Because, Mr. Speaker, tribes in Kenya eventually will die. And they will die, and I'm saying this because the kind of generation that we are raising, Mr. Speaker, is a Kenyan generation. And we should put all effort to create a Kenyan tribe, if you like, but not promote necessarily certain tribes. We want Kiswahili to be the language that we will be speaking, and obviously for official purposes, even English. This is what we are selling in the African Parliament when we go there. We want our countries to raise, in fact, not tribes, but a nation, and these nations to raise a continent called Africa, so that you will be happy to be in. Thank you.
Senator Mungatana, you will have a balance of 2 minutes when this debate resumes. Honorable Senators, it is now 1 p.m., time to adjourn the Senate. The Senate stands adjourned until later today, Wednesday, 19th March 2025 at 2:30 p.m.